All right, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Hey, good morning, guys. Morning. All right, so we obviously are up. We're gonna expect to buy off the open. We have an SBTO up at the 13s. So if they come in with a buy and we get a push, we're gonna be looking at the upper supply zone, all-time highs, 23s, 29s. All right. So we're gonna be patient, expecting buys off the open, and then we'll see if they can continue the move to the upside. All right, so there's the buy. All right, so far that's all we've had is just one buy. Alright, so they're going to try to push it from the 12-13s here. And price has got to get above the 1350s for a renewed sign of strength in here. And we're looking for the 9s to hold. So all we got was the buy off the open. They pushed it to 15 and then right back down. I mean, another one of them crazy days. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a broadening pattern today. Now, there is an untested pivot on the bigger picture down at the 2s. So we'll see if at any point they try to get there. But we've been up and up and up during the overnight session. They came in with a buy. Just some really crazy action the last couple of days. The opens have been just shit. The Dow didn't take long to go negative, and that thing just like, see you later. for now, this looks a little fishy, right? Just something's up here. I wonder if they're trying to trap the shorts on this move, but should get a bounce at least to the POC fulcrum area, and then we'll see what it does from there. I was wondering how long they were going to take to do that. There's the broadening. A little bit of a shallow bounce there. It was looking a little bit up, a little bit closer to 11s. But there's your sell. And we're looking at 2s. They're gonna try to get them to those 2s. Man, they were touting all the good positive stuff before the open. All the stocks are up, all the earnings are great, and then the market just kept falling. I was like, something's fishy here. Back end things were turning negative pretty quickly. Yep, they are going for the twos without a bounce. They caught all the longs up there. Initially, it started to look like they were going to try to trap the shorts, as they were kept dropping it there. And then they hit it with the sell, and I was like, yeah, there it is. So we should be looking at, the ones and twos. Kind of in here. This is the target I think they're trying to get to in here. And we'll see what kind of brake lights we got down in here as well. We'll see if they give any sort of bounce before they completely drop it to the twos. But if we do get a bounce, I would look for an opportunity. Come on. Damn shit. In there. Well, there's the twos. All right, so we got a little bit of a volume spike down here. We had more of one when they hit it with the cell here, but no brake light still, so it can come down a little bit more. We actually have a static level at 99, so that may be where they'll try to push this to initially. So below the market edge, back up and test it, and then we'll see what the reaction is back down, see if they can progress that move back to the downside. But we are going to watch that zone that I highlighted there. So we'll see if they can set something up in here, and I'll let you guys know when it does. All right, right here at the fours. Now, outside of them coming in with a broadening or a buy program, you're going to watch for response back down against the threes. All right, take profits down here. All right, these threes are going to be important here. Aha, and they go. See you later. And they hit it with a sell. Gotta love that. All right, so now watch the 99s. Come on, what's going on here? Chart is sticky today. There's another sell. Now they're going to get a bounce from here. They're going to try to bounce this because it's TZ2, so they're going to try to give it a quick bounce and see if they can get any reaction with that sell. Still no brake lights though, but they did get a volume spike on that push. All right, any questions? Everybody grab that trade. All right. All right, so here's the 99s. Jeez, this thing is sticky. If we take out the 99s, then we've got the 92s are open. I'm not saying it won't go there, but man, getting down there doesn't make any sense. But we'll see what happens. But I am expecting 99s to kind of respond from here initially, not a long. I don't want anybody freaking going long here. But on the bigger picture, we keep getting above the those two chop zones. So we get like into this range between those two chop zones. It ranges. And then we get above. But this is the second time this week or, last week or so that we've gotten above but can't stay above, and it comes right back down. It's like they slam that thing right back down into there. It's like, nope. So they create these false breakouts. So what that's doing is that's building some pressure for this to, pop either way, whether it's a jam down, a pretty aggressive move to the downside, or they're going to eventually get to the point where they're going to build enough pressure to jam this up and take out all-time highs. So, but I am expecting a bounce from these 99. So if anybody's shorting, you just got to kind of be careful here. But they will try to make another response from here. Come on. But I want everybody to be careful of the 99s, right? So I'm just going to throw a box here to kind of show where they're going to try to respond back down from. But these 99s are a little bit of an important level for today. So if anybody's willing to take an opportunity here, I wouldn't be throwing, a bunch of contracts on that. Just trade it very lightly and don't give it much room. But as of right now, we don't have any brake lights. All right. So again, it is calling for an opportunity here, but those 99s are something you really got to be aware of. All right, so for anybody that did take that trade, down here is where you got to be taking some profits. And you don't want to see it above 3s. It looks like the Nokia and Twitter were the issues why the market dropped pretty aggressively this morning after all those other great earnings reports that had come out. So they look like Nokia's kind of gone to shit. First time in 19 years, it's kind of cracked itself there. But they're saying those are the two key factors that caused the market to fall this morning. No matter what it is, we talked about it, right after the open was those twos, an untested pivot on the bigger picture. So now what we'll do is we'll watch to see if, let's see what was the low of that. Yeah, the 99's right in here. So the 250s to the 99s have got a static level at 99s. So that's why this 99 level is kind of important. So this is the test of that untested pivot on the bigger picture. Of course, they pull it off as a broadening pattern. And now we'll see if those 99s respond and hold and bring us back up. If we don't hold this level, we'll see the 92s and 89s. Now, if you're still holding that trade, you don't want to see it above threes. If you took it, from the twos down, no problem. That's a decent move. But if you're holding for anything more, you can't take out the threes. And for now, the NASI is still holding positive, so you got to keep an eye on that market there. All right. Anybody have any questions? Anything I can go over? Everybody understand why the twos and why the 99s? And just to kind of make sure you guys understand, usually I don't take a trade within the first 5 to 10 minutes. I like to see that open range get established before I take a trade. The one thing you got to be careful of is using the momentum off the open, because momentum off the open can really screw you. Is kind of looking like a what happened today, or what you'll normally see. So momentum kind of gets all screwed up when the market opens, because you've got a whole new sentiment of traders coming in on the open. The overnight traders, again, it's the Asian markets, it's the European markets. They've been trading and they've established their ranges and their trends, and they've got a different mindset based on what's happening in the economy, based on what they see, what's going on in their world, right? And then the U.S. market opens, and we've got a whole different mindset. I don't care what the fuck they think. This is what we think, right? So you got to kind of think of it that way, that they've come in, they've got a mindset. Okay, we've had a meeting this morning. This is what we're going to do. We're going to bring it down. You know, the earnings reports and all this other weird shit. You know, it doesn't matter. There's a direction and there's a place that it wants to go. So they all come in with a different mindset. So you've got momentum that's been carrying through the overnight. And then it's like a freight train comes through and is like, nope, I don't give a shit what you think. This is what's going to happen now. We're now in control. So that's why I hate messing with it within the first, 5 to 10 minutes. I like to give it that, that time to kind of settle. And sometimes it takes a little longer, but, just so you guys are aware, I don't typically like to trade within the first 5 to 10 minutes. Any questions on that? Everybody understand? Now, you're more than welcome to do whatever you like, but I just wanted to explain why I do that and the best course of action, because that open can really get crazy. Usually what'll happen, you'll get an up and down and all that craziness for the first 5 minutes, and then the next couple minutes you look to see after that. So, between 6 and the next 6 to 10 minutes, you're looking at now, do we take out the 5-minute high, take out the 5-minute low? And if we do, then now you're looking for the reactions to see what happens. All right, so there's your there's your response from 99s. Now we do have a slippery slope here, right? So last chance push comes in. We're going to see what that does to this. So you can see that there is a slippery slope right here. They can very well bring it down, but those 99s are being defended, as it should. Now, I just want to I don't want anybody to take this and look at it and be like, oh my God, this is something that I should be doing. I should be shorting this, right? So if anybody can, I just want to show you things that I look at. Just minor little things to kind of show me a little bit of caution initially this morning, right? Now, they came in with a buy, but they didn't hit it with a buy higher, but they did pull off. They came down to 9s and then pushed up. The one thing that I was watching for this morning, and it doesn't mean that this can't, with that move up, that this can't shift, but anybody notice the location of the 200 in the fulcrum? All I want you to do is just to notice it and kind of give yourself a little bit of caution, right? So, anybody notice the location of the fulcrum or the relationship between the fulcrum and the 200? Well, it's not the distance. Think of like an EQ move, right? When we play an EQ move, what's the first target? The 200, right? So if price is this far up, shouldn't the 200 be above the fulcrum? So it's almost like, wait a second, why is a 200 so far below the fulcrum? And for that fact, it's been up. Look how much this thing's been up. Up, up, up. It's been up, but now again, the 200 at some point can shift and it can get above the that 200 can eventually get above, but it's almost like it was being manipulated and it gives me caution. Not saying I want anybody to short that, because obviously, holy shit, if you shorted any of this move, you were screwed, right? It just more of kind of just something's not right. And that was one of the things I was talking about this morning when we got the buy and then they dropped it. And I was like, things just don't look right. One of the things I was looking at was the location of the fulcrum, the 200. I'm like, what the fuck? They should be switched. Now, again, when you have a pretty aggressive move, it is going to take that 200, a little bit longer to shift. But there was plenty of time this morning for that, for that to shift, or during that overnight session for that thing to shift, to be above the fulcrum, and it wasn't. I was like, ah. So now you can see here, the 200 is well above. Look at that. They're just jamming this thing down now. This thing's, now we're in the right position, right? The 200's below, so you're like, meh, that makes all the sense in the world. But when you have, as long as it took, so for example, if we were down this far, right, we're down this much, and the 200 was above the fulcrum, I'd be a little leery of what's going on. I don't want it to stop you from taking a trade, and I don't want it to stop you, I don't want you to be taking it on the opposite side. I just want you to be aware of it to maybe help you, see some manipulation. Maybe just kind of put that, wait a second, something's not right. Maybe I should reduce the size of my contracts. Maybe I should be a little more cautious on my thinking here. Just things to look at, that's all. And I know it's one of those things, well, that's fucking great after the fact, dude. Why didn't you? There's so much going on that it's hard to kind of talk about everything at once. All right, so there's the slippery slope. Now, they've come up to the 350s, came all the way back down, hit it with a sell, no problem. But even on this move, we went from 3s down to 98s, and the bars are still positive here. They're doing everything they can to try to hold this up. Still no brake lights, which is odd. Now that we've taken out the 99s, that does open the door for the 92s. But how are they going to get there? Not sure. 92s and 89s. I'm just going to throw a box down here if we do continue to progress. This is the target area. So like I said, slippery slope here. They came down, and this continued move down, the bars stayed positive. So to me, they're trying to defend the down move. So I'd be careful on any new shorts. But it's not a long. I don't want anybody trading to the long side either. This is just a caution. Just something to understand. It's like, wait a minute, we went from 3s to 98s. We went that far down, and those bars stayed positive. Something's fishy. To me, that says that they're trying to defend the down move, and that can always be a scary play. All right, so I don't want to throw my tinfoil hat on, but this right here was like, wait a second, from the 3s to 98s. I was like, wait a second, something's fishy here. Like, they're trying to defend the move down. Usually when you see that, they'll also correspond with like a volume spike or even a brake light. Yeah, and there is a volume spike based on the last 10 or so volume bars, but the overall volume this morning, that volume spike is nothing great, right? We've had higher ones over here. So technically, was there a volume spike? Yeah, but usually you'll see that correspond with a brake light, and we haven't seen that. And I would have been a little more definitive about, that's it. That's going to be the bounce, that kind of thing. But it definitely gave me a warning when they pushed it down. And those bars, again, slippery slope, all good and well. But you go from 3s down to 98s, and those bars stay positive. I was like, something's up. Something's iffy here. I'm like, they're trying to defend this. And then again, this would be a trap trader scenario, antennas up, that kind of thing. And, you get the blue bar with the positive bar with the red dot. And, normally you're looking for the bars to go negative and you short it. But that's why I like to see the bar color change on the break, not on the pullback. Right? And I've talked about it before. On the slippery slope in the trap trader scenario, I want to see the bar color change on the break, on the push down. So this last bar down here, down in 98s, if it would have been magenta, I'd have shorted all day long. But that would have been a whole different scenario. I can guarantee you that would have more than likely been a whole different scenario on the response back down. Now, can this still range here? Yeah, it can still range here, right? Because you got SBTO at the low, SBTO at the high, so 350s, 450s. As long as this doesn't hit 5, it's valid back to the downside as a range, but just understand that this information down here was telling me that they were trying to defend it. So you have to be aware that this low point is a pretty aggressive area that they are trying to defend. So as a range, after a range, it's perfect. After this bounce, as long as they don't take out 5s, you're okay to play this as a range. What I would watch for here, for anybody that plays is this. I would watch this area right in here. This is where you want to be taking profits, down in here. Right around this 250. Yeah, which is perfectly fine, right? That is, when you go from, here's the deal, Ramen. When you go from 3s down to 98s like that, right? You're going to attract selling, right? That's going to attract selling no matter what, right? But do these sellers here at this point get caught? So it's one of those double-edged swords where you have, a move from 3s down to here, right? You're looking at it and be like, "Oh, that could be a trap trader to the downside." But when you look at the bars, you're like, "Wait a second, why are they still positive even on the push?" Well, there's an issue. And then these bars. So what ends up happening is you kind of have like a double trap trader, right? We're expecting these guys to be trapped, the buyers getting trapped, and instead what happens is they end up trapping the shorts all the way up to the 4s. Not a scenario that I would say, hey, look, you're going to buy this. That's not a. I mean, it is. That's a really hard play. But instead of trapping the longs up here, they ended up creating, where they were defending, and this move down in the bar colors still against the 99s. Yeah, I went 2 ticks below 99 or 1 tick below 99, nothing really crazy, but those bars stayed positive. I was like, wait a minute, they're trying to defend this. I'm gonna be cautious here. But this move from 3s to 98s is obviously going to track selling. Shit, you went that far down? Fuck yeah, why wouldn't sellers come in? Especially after the previous down move we had. Well, fuck, I'm missing a move. I got to short it. So they get in and they short. Now they get trapped, and bam, that brings it back up. Not understanding that there's a caution here that it looks like they're trying to defend this level. A lot of tricky shit, man. Don't read too much into this. This stuff doesn't happen that often. It's just little things that I want you to kind of just pick up, just to kind of throw, wait a second, this shouldn't happen. We shouldn't go from 3s to 98s and those bars stay positive, especially after a slippery slope. Something's off. Well, I was already telling you that this zone down here is going to be a tricky area. And then they come down, you're like, wait, what the fuck? If anything, just don't touch it. Be like, they can have it. They can have that shit. I don't want it. Something doesn't look right. Leave it alone. Let them have it. If they make another new swing low, then I'll take a look at the short after that. So if anything, just to kind of keep you from jumping into a trade too early, or affecting your bias to being like, oh shit, I'm going to miss the move, keeping you away from that fear of missing out, because you're not missing out, right? Be like, oh my god, I'm missing the move, and then bam, I'm up against 5s. Be like, what the fuck? Holy shit, this sucks. Now again, this isn't a normal occurrence, so I don't want you to be staring and looking for this, and I don't want you to get to that point where you start overanalyzing the trades and not taking anything, which can cause paralysis. So there are times that you can overanalyze, but there are certain things that we can see that we want to try to teach. It's just something that happens so quickly that when we see it, we can be like, oh, hey, heads up, be careful. It may take you a little bit longer to kind of start processing and understanding and seeing those things, but I don't want to cause any issues where you pass on trades because you see it. This isn't normal. I actually haven't seen, these, even with the 200 and the fulcrum, I haven't seen that in a while. It's been actually a long time since I've seen that. But when we do get up against all-time highs, like we are, these things are going to show up, right? Because the markets are going to get weird. We've talked about it the last few weeks. As we get to these all-time highs, the market's going to broaden. They're going to get weird. Nobody wants it up here. Nobody wants to fucking buy it. But after it's moved all that way and all the negative news, nobody wants to sell it either, right? So it's like a hot potato. You have it. I don't want it. You take it. Let's see what you can do with it. I don't want it. You take it, right? That's where the market will get very tricky and sloppy, because we're getting to uncharted territory. We're getting up against all-time highs. Who the fuck is thinking that the market should be up this high? Other than us, who's like, yeah, it's fine to be up here. But if nobody else is feeling that same thing, we can get screwed, even knowing that, hey, look, up at all-time highs is perfectly fine. But if we're the only ones, we're the crazy ones, right? We can still lose if we put that mindset in and be like, it's going higher, and we just say, fuck it, trade to the upside. We can get screwed by doing that. Even though we accept, hey, we're up at all-time highs, it's fine. The market should be up here. So we have to kind of keep our bias to what the market is telling us. If nobody else wants it, we obviously don't want it either. right? We have to be a little more cautious with them. Reason is we don't have the deep pockets to kind of hold through pullbacks, right? The pullbacks, as we've seen, can be ridiculous. I know I don't have the account size to hold a 30, 40 point drop, even though I know it should go back up. That's not my trade style. My trade style is, hey, look, I'm taking 2, 3, 4 points, depending on the move, put my bias aside. But I know that it's going to get weird as we get up here. Okay. Now, once we get above the all-time high, then it has the ability to move, right? Because you've kind of created a new high. You've created there's new energy. There's new, like, oh yeah, we finally broke it. Here we go. Now it can take off. How far? No idea. We'll look, once we get above, we'll look at some new levels above. Where's the next area to watch? Once we get above. Once we get above, that's bearish. That's bullish territory all day long. We'll look for the new levels. We'll look for the new target areas. And then once it gets there, then things get a little crazy again. All right, so if you did play the range, this is where you want to be taking profits, right here around these 250s, right in here. Now what you have to watch for is that, I'm not saying this is a long, this is a range play down, but you have to watch that this area doesn't hold, and now they push it up to the fulcrum. Okay, so your range play is against the 5s, down to the 2s, and then that's where you need to make sure you take profits, your stops in place, because this is the area that they could potentially start to bring it up from, here to the fulcrum. But as long as the 450s at this point hold, it's good to the downside, right? So caution at the low, because the bars, I was like, nope, be careful, don't be shorting. And then when they come up, I said we can range it against the 5s down to the 2s. And now you've got to watch this area, because they can now bring it up to the 6s. All right. Now again, if the 450s hold, back down against 99s. Now, I'm not advertising this as a long. I don't want anybody confused that this is a long. This is a range play. The box is where you want to take profits. The box is where they could potentially bring it up. We don't play on the potential moves, right? This is just where you want to make sure that you're taking profits from, because this is where they can bring it up. We're not buying it. we're playing the range. Okay? I don't want to cause any confusion. Now, where you want to get out on the range is completely up to you. You want to try to hold for 99s, 98s, that is on you. But from the 4s down to the 1s, that's a decent play, right? That's profit all day. I'm good with that. But if you want to try to hold the 98s, that is completely on you. But I'm satisfied with a move from here to here. Now they are going to try to push it from here to the fulcrum. But this is a move range play down, and the box is where they're going to try to respawn. The thing fired a smart money right there. Freaking crazy shit. The just so you guys are aware, the strategy didn't pick it up. That's those weird deals you can be in on that. You know, where we've got a range down, and then it turns around and catches a long. Fucking crazy action. You gotta love the counter trend, late counter trend move. Now again, the strategy didn't pick it up because it just didn't pull back enough, right? You had the range, and then it turned around and hit it with a smart money counter trend move to the fulcrum, but the strategy never picked it up just because it didn't pull back enough for the opportunity to get into the trade once it triggered. All right, so there's the move. All right. Yeah. Give me a second here. I'm going to do a quick recap of what we talked about this morning. So they came in this morning, they hit it with a buy, right? But no additional buys. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Right. So we had an up move, a little bit of a broadening during the overnight session. They came down to threes, up to ones, back down to threes, up to the 12s. So we went from threes to 12s, down to threes, back up to 13s, SBTO, and then pre-market they came down to nines, and then they popped it up right up here, right on the open, right? They hit it with a buy, hit it to 15, and then down it came. We only had a buy. It's going to get a slight response from the 11s, right? 13s, 12s, 11s, somewhere in this ballpark. That's where we're going to try to bounce it. They went to 13s, and then down it went, down it went, down it went. I said, okay, now that we're below the fulcrum, we're going to look for an opportunity to short it. 942, 945 should be the response right here. Now, again, this arrow does not mean where we took a short because it didn't pull back enough, right? We were looking for a little bit more of a pullback. It was a shallow pullback. So 942, 945, because we broke the swing low, we were looking for a bounce, right, into here. Come on. Again, just doing a quick recap here for you guys. Come on. Right, so they hit it with a buy. Only one buy. We didn't have an additional buy. They came down. We were looking for because they took out the 5-minute low. We were looking for a bounce at 942, 945. They only came to 10s. Was looking just a slight higher. Was looking a little bit closer to 11. And then bam, it went down. Right, 950 just kept dropping. They pulled back to 5s. Right, so right in here, we were looking for an opportunity to short it. They just shy, and then they dropped it. Right, came down, another shallow pullback here, and then down. Now we're going to get a response. We were looking for the 2s, right? This target, once they started to break it this morning, right, before the pullback to 10s, I said, look, we've got an untested pivot on the bigger picture at the twos to 99s, right? And drew the box. That was the target. I was hoping for an opportunity to get into it, but they just kept dropping it without a pullback. So they basically trapped the longs up there this morning. They came down to 250, bounced it, and I said, look, we're shorting this, right? Shorting fours. They popped at the fives. We had a nice trade to the downside. Then I gave the warning. I said, you got to be careful in the 99s. 99s is going to be a problem, right? So 99s came down. I said, look, if you want to short against threes, that's this box. I said, you have to be careful of the 99s, right? So up here against the twos and threes was fine. You had to watch back down against 99s. And I said, if they take out threes, you don't want it, right? That was from this trade on. They came down. There was the trade opportunity. If you wanted to hold for more in the break, they couldn't take out threes. Come up. They took out threes. So if you were holding, for anybody that was, probably most weren't, you were out of that trade. And then they bring it back down. Now, when they came back down, I said, you got to be careful. These 99s, and they went from 350s down, and this is where we talked about, we had a slippery slope, and those bars stayed positive. I was like, something's up, right? Walked you through the scenario. I said, you got to be careful on any new shorts because they've come from threes down to 98s. I said, those bars stayed positive. They're trying to defend that 99 level, right? Bam, there it went, right? Went up. SBTO, I said, look, you can range play this. Range it against the fives. 5 is your stop. You got to take profits at twos, right? 250. So for anybody that range played it, and I said, because they're going to try to pull it off and bounce it from this level, right? So we had a move from the fours down to twos. I said, look, I'm getting out at the twos. If you want to hold for more, it's on you. But this is where they're going to try to respond it up. The strategy did not pick up the trigger because it didn't pull back enough. But this is those counter trend type deals, right? So it came down. The strategy 275, smart money triggered to the upside. But again, because of the SBTO range move and where this ended up triggering, it never actually pulled back to give an opportunity to enter. So you were in a short, out. If you were fast enough, I wasn't looking at that. They turned around and hit it with a smart money. Bam, counter trend move to the fulcrum. They pull back, hold the fours, and up, right? So this morning, the first number we were looking at on the downside, because of that bigger picture, was the twos, right? We were looking for that move down to twos, and the low edge was about 99s. We've got a static level at 99s, and I said, you got to be careful down there. That's going to cause some confusion, right? And here we are. We're back up. Now, the sixes, just so you guys know, I've got a kind of a oddball range because of where we are now. I've got between 6 and 98s, but I'm going to lean more towards 6 and 3s is where we're going to have a little bit of a struggle. Now, we are up above 6, right? We are above 6 here. But I want you to just be a little cautious on any upside moves for now. But if we stay above this 6, see right here, you've got the two market edges right here. If we stay above this, and this is where it struggled a little bit this morning, if we hold above here, then yes, we will go and retest new highs, right? We'll go back up against the highs, up against, initially 13s and 15s. But this 6 area being right at the fulcrum, so we are balanced. Nobody's in a losing position. This can go up or down. So I want to throw caution up here because we went from 98s all the way up to 7s. That's an exhausted move. But if this, the market edge of 550 to 6s hold, we should make a new attempt for 13s and 15s. Okay, everybody good? said, we had two shorts. One of them was a little, I was like, be careful. We tried to get in one earlier at the 10s, or the 11s, right? It just shallow pullback. It only came to 10, and it dropped without us. Fine, no big deal. We caught the next one right at the 4s. We took 4s down, and I said, watch the 3s. I'd be a little bit lighter on the 3s, right? Be a little lighter on the 3s than you were on the 4s, on that bounce, but it was valid down, and I said, you got to be a little careful. And then we sat there and we waited. They brought it up, brought it down, and then I gave the caution. I was like, be careful. Don't be shorting anything new. They brought it up, talked about the range short from here to this box, so the 250s, because this is where they can respond it and bring it up to the fulcrum. Right? So here we are. Now, again, I want everybody to be cautious here. Nobody's in a losing position. The market's balanced. We're going to have to kind of wait for it to either start to get away from the fulcrum before we can really look at any new opportunities to trade. Okay. So in a perfect world, you'd like to see 556s. I'm going to tell you it's going to be a little bit of a tougher move because we are dipping back below the fulcrum. Anybody who wants to get aggressive and take the trade, have at it. They take out 4s, that trade's over, right? This is a very aggressive trade. Nothing for the nothing for the standard setups here because the market is balanced. Not much to do. But if you're looking for something to do and be like, bucket, I want to give it a shot, have at it. I'm just throwing caution. It's not the best place to throw some contracts on. Okay. Any questions? Everybody good with that? Anything I missed? Now, again, I did go back. Remember earlier we went back and we talked about, when the markets were at those highs, when they hit it with a buy and a buy higher, and we went back and looked, and I explained the fulcrum 200 relationship, right? Just notes for you guys to use going forward, but keep that in mind as well. Now, again, when we talked about that, I don't want anybody being like, well, look, the 200's below the fulcrum here. No. We're in a process of potentially shifting. So that can work its way up above the fulcrum. It's just when we were that far up and they pushed it during that overnight session, and that 200 stayed well below the fulcrum, that's a caution. Right? That's like, wait a second, something's iffy here. But when we get back to the fulcrum like we are, this is just a transitional phase. Okay. Anything you guys would like me to go over? So if anybody did get aggressive and take that trade, make sure you're taking profits here. And don't let it take out the 5 quarters. Very aggressive, very tough trade, but it wasn't a short. This is the area that we wanted to see hold right here. If it does, push it up. I don't expect too many to take that trade because that's a tricky, tough one right there. The only thing that on that down move, the only thing that was interesting is we didn't see any brake lights. I was like, that's weird that we don't have any brake lights on that flush down. We did have a little bit of a volume spike, but nothing with a brake light. Now, we know that we're going to need to see a push more than a couple ticks above the 7s. Otherwise, this can still range out here. So if they do get the push, 8s and 13s, and then 15s. If we get above 15s, I'd be surprised if we don't see a buy through this area and start to break up. If we do, I'd be very surprised if they do it without a buy. But 15s, and then we got 23s and 29s. That's that upper supply zone. 29s is the all-time high. So our initial area that's going to cause some problems is 8s. Right in here. Get above the 8s. 13s, 15s, and then off to the races. So that was the quick and dirty of this morning. If you have any questions, let me know. But we are around the fulcrum. Well, we've got a down target on the 8s here, right? So when we came up, we came down 8s. And if you look at the overnight, there's kind of a midpoint right there, between 3 o'clock and the open, where 8s was a bit of a problem. So, and then earlier we came down 8s and bounced up to 8. So this right here is where you're going to get that little stickiness right in here. Just nothing ridiculous, but it's going to be an area that is going to cause a little bit of a problem here. I'm not saying short it from there. It's not it's not an area that we want to be taking a short. It's just going to cause a little bit of an issue. It could create an SBTO, just a little stickiness. That's all. And if you look at the balance chart, we've got the previous week high is at 8 as well. Again, I don't want anybody shorting that. Just for those that are playing the long side or looking for something different, it's just going to be a sticking point. That's all. And what I'm going to use it for is kind of like almost like a bullish sentiment. If we can get above 8s now, yes, being above 6s, that's long all day because we're back above the high. However, we have the fulcrum right here at 6s, so it was like one of those, like it can go either way. Nothing short. It was just a highly aggressive long if you wanted to play a trade. But if we get above the 8s, a lot of the overall sentiment, you can see here that the on the right hand side, you get a little bit more buy pressure built in. So when we get above that, that's going to hold, and that's going to give that market room to push to 13s and 15s. right? So you'd kind of be looking like this to give you an example of what we'd look for. You get a push up, right? Let's just say we push up to 10s, right? Doesn't have to go to 10, but right. So then what you'd be looking for is you'd be looking for the 8s, 7 and 8s in here to hold to get you to that 13, 15 area. Make sense? Now they may just run this straight up, right? They may not even pull it back. They just may run this straight up, 13s and 15s. But in a perfect world, pop up, come back and hold, and then push up. Okay? Well, looks like they're going to run it straight to those 13s. Not all awful, but crazy. Right, so when they started bringing it down this morning, they only hit it with a buy off the open. No additional buy or, no higher buy, no lower buy, nothing. And then they came down and then they hit it with a sell. And I was like, oh, there's the broadening. And then I said, and I talked about that there's an open pivot, an alternate pivot, an untested pivot down at the twos. So you got twos and 99s. 99s is a static level, so created that zone. And here we go. We've responded off that level. We're going to go to 13s. Maybe they'll pull it back before then. Where would we look for an opportunity? Would be, y'all. At this point, I don't want to see it down at 7s, but we'll give it a little bit of room. I would look for it somewhere around the 8s. We'll see if we get something in there, and I'll give you guys the area when it actually comes in. But like I said, the target to the upside. Come on. Is 13s and 15s. Now the Dow is right at its fulcrum here, right? So coming up into here, we want to see that Dow get above its fulcrum, and that'll give all three markets the ability to push. So this is where, right in here is where it may pull back, because that's where the Dow's fulcrum is right here. So this may pull back right here. We'll watch for the pullback and see if it gives us an opportunity to bring it back up. We got the Dow pulling back, got a decent amount of a pullback here, but the NASI is kind of holding sideways a little bit, so that they may bring the Dow down to bring all three markets up. So especially if they keep the NASDAQ sideways, that gives you that, yeah, here we go. Well, we had the information off of broadening. The broadening can always be in play, right? If you look at the bigger picture, they brought it up to 15s, and then they came all the way down to 98. So what they did is they took the broadening and they transitioned it over to the bigger picture. We had it off the open where they had a swing high and a swing low, and then they trended it down to that target area of 2 to 99s, and now we're getting a response right back up. So it's, if you kind of look at it today at this point, I would say yes, the broadening is still in play, but we're not seeing it so much on the smaller picture here. We're looking at it on the bigger picture. So as of this moment, the expectation is we should go up and take out 15s. Understand? As long as everything holds. But we know when a broadening shows up, shit can get weird. But they trended it down, and then they trended it right back up. Kind of a weird transition today, kind of how they did it. Now, again, we talked about the twos. The twos is where they should go because it's an untested pivot. the static level was 9, so the range was 2s to 99s, right? So what? They went to 98.75, big fucking deal, right? Now they're bringing it back up. We're above the fulcrum. So as long as that fulcrum area, this pullback holds, bigger picture, broadening pattern, we took out, we had a swing high, a swing low. So the expectation is we should go to 15s. Well, we've been talking about that at this point anyway, because we got above all these levels, right? We got above, they pushed it. I said, look, 5s and 6s, if that holds, very aggressive play. But if it holds, we should get a push. Looking for 15s and 16s. A takeout of 15 would be expected. That does transition that broadening into the bigger picture. Does that make sense? I know it's like, holy shit, you just talked in a circle, but kind of getting understanding that, yes, it's still there. However, they've kind of moved it over to the bigger picture. And if the broadening is going to continue, it's taking out 15s. Now, once we take out 15, all bets are off. We'll see what happens from there. All right, so here's coming down to the 8s. This would be the area to buy it. Now, these are the discretionary plays, right? These aren't the smart monies. This isn't the strategy play. This is for those that are looking for more opportunities to trade. This is the area that price is going to respond. Discretionary trade setups, looking for a move to the 15s, 13s, 15s, and where you want to be taking profits is right about in here. Right around the 10s. Now, this isn't what our, just so you understand, I know you're here on a trial. This is discretionary trading. This isn't our performance report. This isn't our standard setups here, right? The standard setups are based off of these arrows here, the magenta ones. So instead of sitting and waiting for one or two of these all day, we give some other opportunities to trade, decent probabilities that it should work out. So in a perfect world, we should get a response from here, and then you're going to look to take profits right about in here, right around the 10s. Now, whether this area holds or not, no idea. But this is where it should respond from, somewhere around these 8s. All right, so right up in here, for those that are playing this trade, 975s, 10s, that's where you want to be taking some profits. Now you don't want, as of this point, you don't want 750s taken out, right? So 750s are stop on this. As we know, if we come down into that 7 area, that's going to track selling, which is not what we want to see. So those 7s is key. Volume died right off right here, so we need to see that pick up, give us that move through. Perfect world, like to see a buy. All right, so I'm just going to give it another minute or so to before I hand this over to Joe. Just going to see if we can kind of get this to play out for you here. And then I'll hand it over to Joe. All right, Dow is trying to push up here. That should pull the S&P up. NASI's kind of struggling a little bit, so we're kind of going back and forth between the NASI and the the Dow. So hopefully we can get that follow through. But your stop is 750. You should have taken profits. Now we just need to see whether we get the progression or do they come down and attract some selling. The lack of institutional activity is some of the issue here. We're not getting any commitment. So, getting above the fulcrum and holding would have been nice to see a buy. We may not see it until they get above the upper levels, right? It's just kind of how it works. Could be manipulated, pushing it up, and all of a sudden, bam, they hit it with a buy and they jam it. But you should have at least taken profits. You know where your stop is. Well, there's your sell. Something's up. There's the sell program. So okay, so it's a scratch trade. No follow through. You're able to take profits, and then well, there they go. Looks like there's a little news here. Not sure what news that is, because that's they just hit it with a sell all of a sudden. Just when I started talking about lack of institutional activity, here they are. So scratch trade doesn't mean they can't bring it back up, but that is definitely something news just hit. A little fat figure syndrome, something along those lines. Who knows? Probably won't know for another couple hours, maybe in a few days. But there you go, guys. Scratch out. Now you wait. Now we wait to see what happens. All right. Anybody have any questions before I hand this over to Joe? All right, guys. I'm going to hand it over to Joe. He'll take you through the afternoon session. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend.
All right, guys. So lots of movement today. Yeah, they just slammed it with an algorithm right up in there at the 8s. So again, institutional trade algorithm, bam, right there. And that knocked it down. They could be seeing the support to see if obviously the edge there is holding. We do have a target and an edge and a fulcrum, everything right there at the 5s and 6s. So the whole world basically is at 5s and 6s. So they may want to try to flush them out to bring them back up. That may be a process. You don't know why they did it, but they did hit it with 14,000 contracts coming down, flushed them all out. Now we got to get back up above the 9s, 10s, and possibly 11s. All right, guys, so back and forth action. Again, it is a broadening day. Whew, boy, getting tired of these broadenings, but hey, what is it? What are you going to do? If anything comes in, I will be sure to let you know. I am running, again, the Active Trader module, which is just an active, meaning it's not really aggressive. It's just active, that is going to call out a lot of triggers. So when that fires, I will let you know, and we'll take it from there. And again, they're up to you whether you want to take them or not. Um, welcome to. But when they do trigger, I will let you know. All right, definitely looks a little newsy to me. And with everything going on, wouldn't be surprised if breaking news, Trump committed murder in the White House, whatever, but we'll see if they get some follow through, or if it's just a response from some bullshit news wire, and then they bring it right back up, or if it's actual real trading. Okay, guys, getting the trigger here at 375. Make sure you move your stop, get risk-free, because we're trying to make sure that we get follow-through volume, and follow-through volume is hard to achieve on a broadening day. And target hit. Again, right near that low. So again, if they can't get this up through the fives, this could be a compression trade again for another down move. Again, we talked about broadenings with follow-through. Follow-through volume is what lacks in a broadening, and this is what we're seeing. And again, it goes into a different lever class, whereas the fulcrum actually is at the ends, where it's pivot and effort, as opposed to fulcrum being in center. So, again, markets do absolutely, unequivocally, without a doubt, move like a lever. It's just what kind of lever. Okay, guys, so again, not a lot going on. Had a little bit of a thing in here, and again, it just every time we get a broadening, you're not going to get, you know, again, it's the lever. Edges become the fulcrum, essentially. It runs a gamut. It just goes top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, as opposed to up, pull back, up, pull back, up, pull back, up, pull back. So it goes from pivot to pivot. You know, you got a low pivot here of 3,000 spot 2.5 and a high pivot here of 7. And now we're all the way back down at 2s. It's just what they do. All right, so there it is. From 3,000 spot 75 down to 3,000 spot, from 3,000 spot 25 to 3,000 spot 25 to 3,007 spot 25, 75, 257, whatever. Threes to sevens, sevens to threes. And that's how broadenings trade. All right, guys. So remember, levers is how markets operate. On a broadening, it's going to be a class 3 lever. Pivots at the edges, back and forth. All right, guys. Have a great one. Have a safe one, and I'll see you tomorrow.